We're hearing good calls from the core on Dragon to ground. But as I was stating, flight engineer Kate Rubens will be monitoring Dragon's approach using special software to make sure Dragon is flying in the expected areas, and she will be on standby to help in any abort scenarios. Once docked, she'll be primed for setting up the hardware on the station side to get ready for hatch opening and pre-positioning some ducting that will use to integrate Dragon's atmosphere with the rest of the station. So a lot of work done already, and the station team
Dragon
remains
SpaceX
ready for Dragon to arrive in just about 27 and a half hours. For now, back over to Jesse and Leah to take us through the next steps for Dragon.
Yeah, we are going to take commands to clear the fault flag on loop Bravo and then loop Alpha, and that should put both loops running at half speed.
Thanks, Shaniqua. We are...
Okay, you're going to clear the fault on Bravo, then Alpha, then they should both be running at half speed for nominal ops.
Good copy, and we're putting that in work now.
Dragon.
And it sounds like they were discussing those TCS thermal control system issues. They are putting both Loop A and Loop Bravo, Loop B, at 50% so that they can run nominal operations. But looks like we are getting ready to move into the phase burn.
Yes, we are. So we're waiting for Dragon to move into that phase burn. And as we mentioned earlier, there are 5 major burns where Draco thrusters will ignite and bring the spacecraft close to the station before we begin final approach maneuvers. Our initial orbit after Dragon separated from Falcon 9 was 210 by 190 kilometers. Those values represent the orbit apogee, or the highest point over the Earth, and the perigee, or the lowest point over the Earth. That means that the orbit isn't a perfect circle, and we're going to see Dragon raise its orbit using the Draco thrusters over the coming hours as it chases down the space station.
So as we mentioned, the first major burn is the phase burn, which is performed at the first apogee of the initial orbit and raises Dragon
SpaceX settling burns have started. Just a reminder to minimize any dynamic movements during the burn, but okay to continue suit offing.
Okay, Dragon copies. We are into the settling burns, and we'll go on minimize movement during the actual burn.
And still preparing for that burn, but it'll raise Dragon's perigee, the lowest point of its orbit, to a higher altitude. This burn will use the Draco thrusters located on the forward bulkhead. That's the very top of Dragon under the nose cone, which is now deployed. It'll also use the thrusters around the service section, or the lower part of the Dragon capsule. The thrusters located on the bulkhead are primarily used for these delta velocity burns, which will gradually raise Dragon's orbit over the coming hours.
Dragon SpaceX for TCS.
And go ahead for TCS.
We have cleared the alerts, and Loop Alpha is back up, looking nominal right now. We're going to continue to monitor, but we are going to clear the alerts on the board.
Okay, Loop Alpha is up. We see that both are at half speeds, and you're going to clear the alerts off the board.
Good readback. Yeah, and this is the nominal configuration.
And drag copies.
And great news from the core crew operations
and Dragon SpaceX, just for timeline awareness, burn is in about just under 1 minute.
And copy that. We see it starts in 40 seconds. And just for your awareness, both MS-1 and pilot are out of their suits, and they're getting them strapped into their seats this time.
Copy all.
Phase burn should begin in just a few seconds from now. As you heard, the crew are still doffing their suits. They're allowed to continue moving around the capsule as long as they don't impart any forces on the capsule itself. Additionally, great news that the TCS thermal control system is in a nominal configuration, as they suspected that pump is still functional, and so Crew Dragon continues its journey to the International Space Station. Looking good.
Yeah. Now, in addition to those 4 bulkhead Draco thrusters that Leah was mentioning earlier, there are 12 more Dracos in the service section, which is the area along the lower part of the Dragon capsule. These will be used in every burn and are primarily there to help maintain Dragon's altitude, which is especially important when doing the finely tuned approach into docking. They can also be used for smaller transitional maneuvers as well. We're just waiting for confirmation of that phase burn.
The view on the right side of your screen here is pretty impressive, I have to say. That's the International Space Station. That's from the International Space Station. It's solar arrays specifically, and it's currently flying, let's see here, over the South Pacific Ocean, about 267 statute miles above Earth. So Crew Dragon is continuing its pursuit of the International Space Station, and that's where you can find it right now. Still awaiting confirmation of the beginning of the phase burn. And actually, phase burn has begun. We are a minute underway, so good news there. And it should last about 9.5 minutes, as we mentioned, raising the perigee, or the lowest point of Dragon's current orbit, to a higher altitude. We've got a lot of milestones coming up. You know, there were a lot in the countdown to the mission, but there is still a lot to go as it continues its approach to the space station. The next really major milestone comes at 1:10 a.m. Pacific time. Oh, and we're getting words that the burn is proceeding nominally, so that's good. But tomorrow morning, actually, it'll be 4:10 a.m. Pacific time, or Eastern time. The Crew Dragon crew will get some much-needed shut-eye. It's been a long day for them, and we try not to really do any burns while they're asleep. We want to give them the opportunity to sleep, because those burns, you know, might be a little bit loud, might wake them up. So the next burn will be the boost burn. That won't come until 8:20 a.m. Pacific or 11:20 a.m. Eastern time. So those are just a couple of the things we can look forward to on Dragon's journey to the International Space Station. As we mentioned, though, those are just 2 of the 5 burns. We'll also have the close burn. That comes at 9:02 a.m. Pacific, 12:02 p.m. Eastern. The transfer burn at 2:45 Pacific and 5:45 Eastern, and then the co-elliptic burn. Once these burns, these major burns, are complete, we'll be done with the rendezvous phase, and then we'll move into the approach initiation phase. So as we mentioned, we are in the phase burn right now. We're getting good information that phase burn is proceeding nominally. It's about a 9.5 minute burn. And afterward, that's actually raising Dragon's perigee, the lowest part of its orbit, as we mentioned, and that'll put us in place for the boost burn. The boost burn will not take place until tomorrow morning, when the astronauts are starting to wake up. They might not be awake just yet. And after the boost burn, which will raise the apogee, or the highest point of Dragon's orbit, to 10 kilometers lower than the station, we will find the closed co-elliptic burn. That's about 45 minutes after the boost burn, and it'll put Dragon's orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station. That means that 10-kilometer orbit below station will be where Dragon stays around the Earth. Afterward, we have the transfer burn. That will adjust Dragon's apogee, the highest point of its orbit, to just 2.5 kilometers lower than the station orbit. And then the final co-elliptic burn, about 45 minutes after the transfer burn, putting Dragon into an orbit co-elliptic with the station about 2.5 kilometers below it the entire way around the Earth. As we mentioned, after that, the rendezvous is complete, and we'll still be about 30 kilometers behind the station at that time. We'll have the approach initiation burn afterward. This, as we mentioned, is beginning that approach phase.
Yeah, and all of these burns, there's several different burns. They're all doing a different thing for Dragon, but basically it's a very precise maneuver to get to the station. It's very important to make sure that we get there slowly and steadily and make our way right in front of the docking port. So every single one of these burns is extremely important and extremely precise.
Absolutely. And I think it's almost dinner time.
Yeah, I think they're getting ready for a meal coming up in just about a few minutes here, about 12 minutes at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. The crew will have their first meal on board Dragon, and they have enough food on board Dragon for 12 meals each, along with snacks for the trip up. And these are MREs, or meals ready to eat. They're essentially prepackaged meals ready for consumption without any heating or additional ingredients. And they also have 55 liters, or about 14.5 gallons of water with them.
Yeah, and these are a little bit different. Actually, they might be a good bit different from their food that they can expect on the International Space Station. MREs, like you said, meals ready to eat. They don't require any work, which sounds like a dream sometimes to me personally. I love that kind of food.
No cooking.
But they just have to open the package and they can eat their dinner. Whereas on the International Space Station, we have thermostabilized food for some of the options, and the astronauts can. There's a small nozzle on each package, and they can plug that into a water source, which will they can turn it to the correct temperature setting that reads on the package, and put the water in. They'll mesh it around a little bit, make sure it gets all of the food heated up, and then it's ready to eat. So that system isn't on Crew Dragon because it's really only for short destinations. So MREs for now.
Yeah, it sounds very convenient with that small space inside of Dragon that they don't have to do all that cooking and rehydrating of their food. They can just pull out their food and eat it right then and there.
Yeah, and it also means you don't have to wait on everybody else to heat up their food before you get to heat up your food. So everybody can eat dinner at the same time. And a reminder, we are still in the phase burn. And a little under 3 minutes left. Dracos are looking good. Burn is proceeding nominally. It was a 9.5-minute burn. We are standing by for more information as we continue. This burn, as we said, will raise the apogee, the highest point of Dragon's orbit, to 10 kilometers lower than the International Space Station. That beautiful view on the right-hand side.
We are just waiting on that phase burn to complete. It is about a 9-minute burn, and it should be closing here shortly in about a minute or so, but we'll wait for that call out and that confirmation.
And everything we've heard so far is that the burn is proceeding nominally. All of the Dracos are performing well. The first of 5 major burns for the crew on their way to the International Space Station. International Space Station will be their home for the next 6 months, and a really interesting fact is this flight today makes Soichi Noguchi only the 3rd person ever to fly on 3 different spacecraft. So he has flown on the space shuttle, on a Russian Soyuz, and now Crew Dragon, and the only other 2 people who have done that are Wally Schirra and John Young. So he's joining a very select few with this milestone.
It's We are still waiting for that phase burn confirmation. We are getting some really awesome views of Earth.
Yeah, that never gets old.
I wonder what the crew members are thinking, especially Victor, if this is his first time, you know, in space, seeing the world in this view here. That's incredible.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal burn.
Okay, we copy nominal burn, and we'll be getting into 4.300 here shortly.
Copy, getting into 4.300 shortly, and we can confirm there will be no out-of-plane burn.
Okay, copy that. No out-of-plane burns.
And there's that confirmation of that phase burn is complete and nominal.
And we won't be needing the out-of-plane burn either, which would be in case Crew Dragon needed its journey adjusted just a little bit. So it sounds like they are on the right path as well. But yes, good confirmation of the phase burn, the first of 5 major burns as Crew Dragon makes its way to the International Space Station. So we do have 27 hours, and we would love to answer some of your questions on social media. So if you're curious about some aspect of today's crew mission, please submit your question with the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll try our best to answer it. This first one comes from Nico, who wants to know why it takes about 27 hours to reach the space station on this flight compared with about 8 hours if we had launched yesterday. And I think the key word is phasing. It really just depends on phasing, but also it doesn't necessarily take Crew Dragon 27 hours to reach the International Space Station. It just takes long enough that our crew is going to need a sleep period in that time. So we had to factor in a sleep period. That way they are alert and cognizant and ready to step in case anything needed to be done manually on the mission. So it is a bit longer, but we're here for the whole thing, and you can join us.
Sounds very smart that they plan in sleep, because I don't know if I went all day, 24 hours trying to make it to the station and then trying to function. So I'm glad that they'll get some rest during their trip there.
Absolutely. Another good question, the Crew Dragon of the Crew 1 mission. Is this a new capsule, or is this the refurbished DM2 vehicle? You want to take that?
This is a brand new vehicle for Crew 1. We did not refurbish Demo 2 for this specific mission. So it is a brand new capsule. These are the first 4 astronauts that get to fly on this vehicle. So it must be really exciting for them to get to fly on not only a new spacecraft, but a new vehicle itself as well.
Absolutely. And very cool is that the Demo 2 vehicle, Endeavor, which is what Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley named it, that will be the vehicle for Crew 2 coming up next year. And so I also learned that it will keep its name, Endeavor. The new crew won't rename it moving forward. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that actually is going to be a really exciting flight, because we will also be refurbishing the first stage booster on today's flight for Crew 2 as well.
As we get some more beautiful views from the International Space Station on the right-hand side, let's see, it's currently flying. It's actually about to enter an orbital sunset, or an orbital nighttime, I should say. The International Space Station flies at 17,500 miles an hour, and so it's orbiting Earth, and it sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. So while it looks beautiful right now, it's coming up toward Mexico and will be entering the orbital nighttime.
Dragon SpaceX for next burn.
And go ahead for the next burn.
Stand by.
Roger, standing by.
But I was mentioning it's, and a really cool view right now. You can see the Cygnus resupply, commercial resupply spacecraft on the International Space Station. Those 2 solar arrays that look like symbols, makes it really easy to spot. And that actually brought up some of the science that Crew 1 is going to be working on while they're on the space station. We'll chat a little bit more about that later.
Awesome. So we have another question here from NASA. At NASA, when do you get to contact family when in space?
That's a good question, and it's very fortunate. The astronauts, I've actually heard many say, especially if they were in the military, they were able to speak with their families more on the space station than they were, while deployed sometimes. And so they get the opportunity to FaceTime, or I guess...
And SpaceX from Dragon, pursuit off steps.
Dragon, SpaceX, go ahead.
Hey, Jay, as we mentioned earlier, MS-1 and pilot are complete with their suit doffing. We've completed 4.300, and Commander and MS-2 are going off umbilicals at this time to start the suit doffing.
Copy. MS-1 pilot complete, and Commander and MS-2 are starting their suit doffing now and complete with 4.300. And I'm ready for that burn.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and give us the words on the burn.
Okay, the boost burn is as scheduled, currently showing 16:20:42 UTC. However, ahead of that time, we may or may not take additional phase burns or out-of-plane burns, but we're not currently, there's nothing the vehicle's planning right now.
Okay, we copy. So the next burn is currently that boost burn at 16:20. However, there could be some additional burns in between, but nothing at this time.
Correct, and we'll keep you posted if that changes.
Dragon copies. Hey, Jay, one last thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the view's beautiful.
Outstanding. Yeah, take lots of pictures for us, and also have some words for you from C.
Okay, copy, and we are ready for the words from CE.
Yeah, resilience. On behalf of SpaceX, thanks for flying Falcon and Dragon, and safe travels.
And thanks, Han, to the entire Falcon 9 team. Well done. That was one heck of a ride. There was a lot of smiles. I don't know if you could see on the video. But also to the SpaceX recovery and launch teams and all of the NASA teams and DoD teams. We wouldn't be up here in Leo without your support. Making history is definitely hard, and you guys all made it look easy. And again, congratulations to everyone. Resilience is in orbit.
Thank you so much, and travel safely.
Thank you.
Some amazing words from the crew on board, and what you're looking at on your screen is actually live views from Dragon itself, from Resilience right now. So we are getting to see what the crew is seeing as well on board.
They did say it was beautiful, and I have to agree. I don't know if there's ever a time you're flying over and it's not beautiful.
Right.
So it has to be a very interesting first flight for Victor, and getting to share it with people he's very close with is really cool too.
Right, I can't even imagine.
So getting back to Rohan's question, when do you get to contact family when in space? As I mentioned, the astronauts do have scheduled times they can video chat with their families. They also have a phone which they can dial their families from up there. So they get to talk with them pretty frequently, sometimes daily, and I think maybe weekly for the video conferences.
Yeah, it sounds really convenient, and probably something that they could really use while they're away for 6 months. And it sounds like they'll get to video chat. At least they've gotten some practice with the pandemic doing video chatting. So hopefully they're used to it, but really amazing that they get to still communicate with their families back on Earth.
I know, I was thinking the same thing. It's been very, very similar this year. We're all getting a little taste of what it's like to be an astronaut on a long duration mission and having to be just a little bit isolated, you know, in your own space for an extended period of time, and life just becomes much more virtual. And so I think we can understand just a little bit more what it's like to be in their shoes or their suits.
Right. Now again, the next milestone coming up is their crew meal. We are waiting for them to start their meal as they watch this amazing view. That's what you see on your screen. This is the view from Dragon, from Resilience. This is what the crew members get to see on their way to the International Space Station.
Yeah, and they're still getting into their more comfortable clothes right now before we get into that meal. And I'm not sure what they're having for dinner, but I heard what they had for breakfast. And sounded pretty delicious, whether it was a medium rare steak, I heard, I think a medium burger, some curry.
Right.
I'm having a really easy time remembering all of these things because they sound so good.
Again, we are waiting for the crew to finish getting out of their suits and getting comfortable and getting ready for their midday meal.
They each get 12 meals while they're on this flight, or they each have 12 meals. I don't know if they'll need to eat 12 meals on the way, or in 27 hours. I think I could do it, but they also have some snacks, so they are well prepared for their journey to the International Space Station. And let's see, it's been a little over an hour from launch now. It's been an hour and 7 minutes to be specific. So I think we have about 26 more to go, and they should be getting settled in, getting out of those suits, and looking forward to dinner.
And that hour went by so fast. I feel like we just lifted off. But yeah, waiting for the crew to start their midday meal. They are getting comfortable inside of Dragon now that they're coasting. So out of their suits into some more comfortable clothes. And they are going to be eating MREs, which are meals ready to eat. And as we mentioned earlier, they are meals that they don't have to rehydrate. They don't need to heat up. They could just pull them out and just start eating.
And I wonder what that is. But a good reminder, on the right side of your screen is Mission Control Hawthorne, and that's the teams that are looking all over all of the Crew Dragon systems. We also have Mission Control Houston in Houston, Texas, and that's NASA's Mission Control Center. And a good view of Mission Control Houston. Feels a little bit like home for me. But they will really come into play tomorrow once we begin joint operations as the Crew Dragon gets a little bit closer to the International Space Station. Because then we have two vehicles in play. We've got the International Space Station and we've got Crew Dragon. So our teams here are monitoring the International Space Station. Teams in Hawthorne really still looking over Crew Dragon systems.
Again, if you're just now joining us, we did have an on-time liftoff of our Crew 1 mission today, and now we are coasting on Dragon. We are waiting for the crew to start their midday meal as they are getting comfortable inside of Dragon right now as they coast towards the International Space Station.
Yeah, and just a little bit of a reminder. You know, it's been a little bit since we talked about who's on our crew. We've got all of their first names out there, but Victor Glover, he's the pilot of the spacecraft. This is his first space flight, and he was selected in 2013. And so his training takes a couple of years. Any astronaut training takes a couple of years. And he was officially an astronaut in 2015. He was also a commander in the U.S. Navy. So he was a naval aviator. He was a test pilot in the FA-18 Hornet. And he mentioned earlier in the video we watched about him, all of the hours he had flying, but this being the first time he'll get to go over a certain altitude and actually reach space. So I know it's a huge milestone for him today.
Yeah, he knew that exact number, that exact height that he's reached. So now he's reached new heights. I wonder what he's feeling right now.
I can only imagine. And it's been a little while since they ate. I think I heard somebody joking about, I hope they weren't too nervous, but it's been a while. I'm sure he's fine. Mike Hopkins is the commander of the spacecraft. He's sitting next to Victor. We are looking right to left. He's sitting on Victor's left, but our right of Victor. He was selected in 2009, and he has spent 166 days in space already aboard the International Space Station. So feels like home to him, I'm sure. He was part of the Expedition 37-38 crew. And he was a colonel in the U.S. Air Force as well. So those are our military folks aboard the spacecraft. We have Victor, who is in the Navy, and we have Mike, who is in the Air Force.
Yeah.
And additionally, Shannon Walker, she was selected in 2004. She's a Houston native, so she didn't really have to relocate to come work at Johnson Space Center. She holds a doctorate of philosophy in space physics, which is incredibly impressive to me. And she began her career as a robotics flight controller for the International Space Station. So she was very familiar with the space station, and then she actually lived there. She spent 163 days on station. In 2010, she was part of Expedition 24 and 25. And I think it says something about, we're 20 years on the space station now as of November 2nd. And now we're on Expedition 64. So we've come quite a long way. And our next crew member is actually one of our international partners. He's with the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency. That is Soichi Noguchi. He apparently is the funniest one on the crew, according to all of the crew members. And just from watching their videos together, I think I agree. He's pretty funny. He was selected as an astronaut in 1996, and he's actually flown, as we mentioned, on the space shuttle. He flew on STS-114. And that was in 2005. He did 3 spacewalks then. And then he became the first Japanese astronaut to perform a spacewalk at the space station. So he's racking up the titles now.
I know.
Because he also flew in 2010 as Expedition 22-23 and spent 163 days in space then. That was aboard a Soyuz. And then today, he's now flying on Crew Dragon. So he is now one of 3 people to have ever flown on 3 spacecraft.
Got a lot of experience. That sounds pretty amazing and pretty hard to do, I would assume. Well, let's take some more social questions. But if you have any questions that you'd like us to answer, please at NASA and use the hashtag #AskNASA. And maybe we'll get to read your question and be able to answer it. So we've got one here. How many different sections make up the ISS?
Well, it's very interesting. The ISS, or the International Space Station, if you're watching, this is it's not in flux by any means. It is complete, but we are seeing new pieces continuing to be added, like the Bigelow Expandable Activity Module. That is, as it sounds, an expandable module attached to the International Space Station. And then we're also going to have a brand new airlock added. So the number continues to grow, but it's owned by, I guess you could say, different countries around the world. It really is international. We have a European module, we have the U.S. modules, we have Russian modules, we have the Canada arm, and others I'm sure I'm forgetting. So it's quite large. It's actually the same interior volume of a Boeing 747. If you took all the seats out of a Boeing 747, I think I could make myself comfortable.
And just goes to show you how important teamwork is, right? We have all of these countries working together, and that makes up the International Space Station, which is incredible. And now we have more crew members, a diverse set of crew members on their way to join the other astronauts on board the International Space Station.
This next question, what is the difference between previous missions and the current mission, apart from the number of astronauts? So as we saw earlier this year, DM2, actually DM stands for Demonstration Mission. So that was still a test flight. We had Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley live on the International Space Station for a couple of months. But this time, Crew Dragon is certified as a vehicle that can fly to and from the International Space Station. It's not a test anymore. This is the real deal for these 4 astronauts. Another, I think, very interesting thing is it is in relation to the number of astronauts, but this is the first ever 4-person capsule.
Right.
So that's a pretty interesting difference in this mission.
Right, and the capsule is made to have up to 7 crew members, but this mission has 4. And also another difference between Demo 2 and this mission is that Bob and Doug actually had, because it was a test flight, they actually did have some work to do while they were coasting to the International Space Station, whereas today the crew members are actually enjoying their ride most of the time all the way to the station, since this is an official commercial flight. So we've got another question. How many times has the Falcon 9 that was used today been launched? Well, this was a brand new first stage booster, so it's only been launched once, and just an hour ago, about a little over an hour ago. But we are very excited that we are planning to use this same booster for Crew 2 next spring. So that will be its second launch, but just to answer the question, this booster has only launched one time.
And this one, why do they stay up in the space station for 6 months? Well, we are looking to go to the moon and Mars, and the best place to test out what it's like to live for an extended period of time in microgravity is here in low Earth orbit, because it's much, I'm not going to say easy, it's never easy to get anywhere in space, but it's not as difficult to get to and from the space station as it would be to get to and from the moon or to and from Mars. And so living that long on the International Space Station gives us the opportunity to evaluate how astronauts' bodies adapt when they are in microgravity for that amount of time. That helps us prepare for those long duration missions. Additionally, because they're very busy, they've got hundreds of science experiments that they're working on at any one time. Over the past 20 years, we've completed over 3,000 science experiments aboard the International Space Station, and so many of them really benefit life on Earth. So they may be up there for a while, but it's all for a very good reason.
Yeah, it sounds like a 2-for-1. If you're going to go out to Mars, that is a much longer journey, much harder to get back to Earth. So I think these small, almost short sprints in comparison, even though it's 6 months, 6 months is a long time to us, it does make sense. It's like training to get ready for these longer missions, right?
And we're still just waiting for the crew members to have their dinner. And as we mentioned, we're taking these Ask NASA questions. So if you have one, use that hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. We'll be on the lookout. Another one, what is the most crowded the International Space Station has ever been? And the number is 13. So we had 6 expedition crew members and then 7 on a space shuttle docked to the International Space Station. And when our crew members arrive tomorrow, they will more than double the current residents on the International Space Station. There are currently 3 people on board. We've got Sergei Kutsverchkov, Sergei Rizikov of the Roscosmos Russian Space Agency. We've got astronaut Kate Rubins on board. And so adding 4 tomorrow makes 7, which we have not had 7 long-duration crew members on the International Space Station in quite a while.
7 doesn't sound too bad compared to 13, so hopefully they have enough space to be able to, maneuver around for the next 6 months. We've got another social question. What's the new crew going to be working on for the next 6 months?
Well, we talked about some of the science, and some of the science, as we mentioned, happens on their bodies. They take biological samples that are then compared to ones that were taken before they launched. And then they're taken some more once they get back, and that's all in comparison to how their body adapts to microgravity. We heard someone speaking about tissue chips earlier. They can.
Sounded so cool.
It's so cool. It's totally beyond me, but you can put organs on chips, and essentially it gives them a better idea, gives scientists an easier look at how potential drugs affect organs, and also just helps us to develop things that may eventually heal or treat some of what we deal with on Earth.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing all the updates on some of these science experiments, especially the tissue chips one.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to talk a little bit more about science later, because we have quite a list of just examples. But let's see this one. Will Crew 2 arrive before Crew 1 departs? And will there be any overlapping arrivals and departures?
Oh, that's a really good question. So the timing is actually Crew 1 should return prior to liftoff of Crew 2. That's the schedule so far, but it might actually overlap when we do liftoff Crew 2. So we don't have the exact schedule just yet, so we will have to wait to see when we announce those schedules.
I think actually we will have a direct handover. Crew 2 will arrive at the International Space Station, and then Crew 1 will leave. So
okay.
we'll have 2 Crew Dragons on the space station at one time. That'll be pretty cool.
Yeah.
This one, do you have plans to take 7 people in a Dragon space capsule? You can talk a little bit more about that.
Well, Crew Dragon is made and designed to carry up 7 crew members. So there will be a time in the future to have a 7-member vehicle go up to the space station. But I believe Crew 2 is actually going to be another 4-person crew flight. But it is designed to have up to 7 crew members. So hopefully soon in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And NASA doesn't have any current plans to expand from that 4-person crew, but as you mentioned, Dragon can fly 7, so we will have to see one day, maybe on commercial missions, what we do with putting 7 people on board.
Yeah.
This question from Ashley, what do the boost burns do? The boost burn comes tomorrow morning. We are trying to let the crew get some sleep and not awake them with any burns. And so boost burn will raise their apogee, the highest point of their orbit, to 10 kilometers lower than the station. That'll be the second of those 5 major burns we talked about, propelling Crew Dragon toward the International Space Station. So that's the next burn we're looking forward to. We've just had the phase burn, everything looking well for Dragon. And we will not have a burn until tomorrow morning. So quite a bit of time in between that we're going to let the crew get a meal, get some sleep, and then wake up early tomorrow and get ready for their arrival to their new home on the space station.
Right, and as you mentioned earlier, if they do tread the course or go a little bit off course, they will use some extra phase burns if needed, but so far everything is looking good for that next burn being the boost burn. We've got another question. Do the astronauts have some place in the Dragon to sleep, or are they sleeping in their chairs?
They actually are sleeping in their chairs.
Yeah.
They can take off those foot restraints and stow those, so that's an option. It also gives them a little more room to float around inside the capsule. And it's a little more crowded this time with
4 people.
4 people instead of just 2. And so we have... we'll have that opportunity. They also have some window covers that they can put up inside Crew Dragon because, as we mentioned, they're going around the Earth every 90 minutes.
Right.
And that would really mess with your circadian rhythm if you couldn't get some good shut-eye, some good darkness for that full time. And so instead of going in and out of sunlight every 45 minutes, they're going to put up those window covers and hopefully feel like a real nighttime, get some real sleep.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, these are custom seats for them, so they are made for each one of the crew members, so they should be pretty comfortable, I would hope, so they should be able to get some good sleep knowing that they are custom fitted for each crew member on board. So we have another question from John. How do they do laundry on the ISS? That's a really great question.
I love this question because I wish the answer was true for me. The answer is they don't. They don't do laundry on the International Space Station. They simply throw out their clothes. So,
oh, wow.
I know. So they can wear them a certain amount of times, and they may choose to bring some back with them. However, typically any older, dirty clothes they can put on the commercial resupply vehicles that do not splash down or that just burn up in space. So there's not really a trash can. There's not a laundry machine on the space station. They put them inside of those vehicles that burn up in the atmosphere, and that takes care of that.
So if you don't like doing laundry, become an astronaut.
Yeah, that's a great point. I could do that.
We've got one more question. What personal items can you take to the ISS? You mentioned this earlier. They can only take approved items with them. So what are the approved items that NASA will allow the astronauts to bring with them?
A lot of astronauts choose to bring photos, and they'll put photos up because they have a very small, I guess you could call it bedroom. It's called crew quarters, but it's very small, and they put the photos, on the walls, remind them of home. It's probably their family, their friends, and these are personal items, so we don't necessarily always know what it is, but I've also seen, pieces of jewelry or just special mementos to them if they want to take to low Earth orbit and bring back. So those are just a few of the things that they've taken before.
And again, we are just waiting for the crew to begin their midday meal. So far, we've had an on-time liftoff of our Crew 1 mission. The astronauts are on Resilience right now, coasting along to the International Space Station. We did complete the phase burn, and the next burn planned is the boost burn. So we are just waiting for the crew to start their meal.
Yes, so after their meal, they will get to go to sleep. Sleep should come around 2:25 a.m. Pacific time. That would be 5:25 a.m. Eastern time. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they get a good 8 hours of rest after a busy day like today. Hopefully, they won't have a hard time falling asleep. But being in microgravity is pretty exciting, so I don't know if I could sleep.
Right.
So we'll be looking for them to have that meal, have a good 8 hours of sleep before the next burn tomorrow morning, the boost burn.
We are going to take a quick break, but we will be back. What you'll see on your screen is some live animation for where the crew is throughout their journey, but we'll be right back.
And SpaceX in section 5 of 4.012, we have commanded the suit fan off. So Commander, pilot, MS-1 and MS-2 suits are dry.
Copy Victor, suit fan off, and all crew members off their suits. Dragon SpaceX for a timeline.
And go ahead for timeline, Jay.
Okay, Resilience, we're seeing a pretty quiet timeline ahead of the scheduled PMC at 0720. If there are any optional events ahead of that you would like us to take, let us know. In the meantime, we're going to keep the loops pretty quiet, but we're here if you need us. And Resilience for SpaceX, and there's no response required on that at this time. Just let us know when you're ready. No rush. And also...
We'll do the PMC now.
Sorry about that. I might have keyed the mic. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I'm saying there's no rush on the optional events. Just let us know whenever you decide. And in the meantime, just enjoy your time with your brand new spaceship, and let us know if you need us.
Okay, yeah, hey, we were just talking it over, and copy 720 for the plan, and we would like to go ahead and get configured to do the PMC. We'll go ahead and knock that out, and we're in section 6 of 4.012, so we're wrapping that up, stowing the last suits in the bags, and we'll be completing that here shortly. But yeah, we'd like to go ahead and set up for the first PMC.
Copy, we'll put that in work, and copy section 6 complete 4.012. And we'll let you know when you're configured.
Thank you.
And those were some calls from the Corps, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer here in SpaceX at Hawthorne. To the crew, Crew 1 aboard Crew Dragon Resilience. Earlier you heard them discuss all of the crew members are out of the suits and they've started drying them. And just now, confirmation that it's going to be pretty quiet for the next little while. The crew is preparing for their PMC, or Private Medical Conference. All of the astronauts, when they go to the International Space Station, have a flight doctor, and they do routine check-ins to make sure that their health is well and that they are feeling good while aboard the International Space Station. And so the same thing happens here, just checking in with the crew on their private medical conference. Of course, the next burn coming up, we had the phase burn earlier, and the next one won't be until tomorrow morning. That's the boost burn. That'll be the second of 5 major burns as Dragon continues its journey to the International Space Station. So Corps explained to the crew they're going to keep the loops pretty quiet, encourage them to enjoy their new spacecraft and some time together as well.
Dragon SpaceX for PMC.
Go ahead for PMC.
Yeah, we're ready to configure at this time, so the next call will be from Flight Surgeon.
Resilience.
Welcome back. There is a post-launch conference happening on NASA TV. If you would like to tune into that, it is starting just now. But if you would like to stay tuned with us, we will be answering some more of your questions from Twitter.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. Just a reminder, we are here as the Crew Dragon crew continues their journey to the International Space Station after launching on time tonight at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a 27-hour journey to the space station for this crew, and like we said, we'll be here for all of it. So they've got several milestones that will be coming up throughout the journey. The biggest one for tonight was the phase burn that's already occurred. It was a nominal burn, meaning everything is looking good for Crew Dragon. And the next major burn is tomorrow morning after the crew, or as the crew is waking up. That'll be the boost burn. So it's going to be a quiet night, as we heard the core, or the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, telling the astronauts aboard Crew Dragon, who are now out of their suits, getting to relax a little bit and probably enjoying their dinner by now.
Yeah.
Been a long day. This view on your screen is from the International Space Station. You can see the Cygnus vehicle. That's a Northrop Grumman Cygnus resupply vehicle down there on the right-hand side. It's got those two ultra-flex solar arrays shaped like symbols. Makes it very easy to spot, and that delivered some cargo to the International Space Station. And actually, it had some science that the crew members will be working on board. And that brings us to a good question from Ask NASA from Kyle. Can more than one ship dock at the ISS, International Space Station, at one time, and is a reservation required? That's a good question. There's not too much space traffic, so we do keep up with who's coming in, going from the International Space Station. These missions are planned sometimes years in advance. And so more than one spacecraft can dock at one time. As you see, we have the Cygnus commercial resupply craft there. We also have a Soyuz, a Russian spacecraft docked to the International Space Station, and then Crew Dragon will join tomorrow. And in just a few weeks, we'll be looking for CRS-21, or Commercial Resupply Service 21 or SpaceX Dragon. Not another Crew Dragon just yet, but that'll be bringing science and experiments to the orbiting lab as well. So that'll be the first time there are two Dragons on the International Space Station.
Right, and there are two international docking adapters on board. So both Crew Dragon as well as Cargo Dragon, which is basically the same vehicle, will be using those docking adapters.
Yeah, and next spring, when we see Crew 2 launch, we will have two Crew Dragons on the space station at one time. One will be preparing to leave. That'll be the Crew 1 crew, but it will be a direct handover with both Crew 1 and Crew 2 on the space station at the same time. So looking forward to that.
Got another question. What are the two long poles in the backpacks of the Ninjas that accompanied the crew to the Dragon? Well, those two long poles, I know that they look like ninjas, but they were actually umbrellas. The Ninjas were there to help with getting the crew on board
Dragon
and inside
SpaceX.
of Dragon.
I'm back with you.
Pausing for these comms.
Okay, we copy. Thank you.
And that was, excuse me, the core, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer.
And resilience, yeah, no pressure, but when you guys would like to let us join you in space, let us know. Cameras are still exterior.
Sounds like we might get some views on board Dragon when the crew is ready.
Yeah, we turned off those cameras inside the capsule itself because the crew members were getting a little time to themselves, getting out of those suits, putting on their comfortable clothes after a long day. Always feels good to put on your comfortable clothes after work clothes. This next question is, what is the speed of the space station while it revolves around Earth? So the space station is super fast. It is flying at 17,500 miles per hour.
That is pretty fast.
Yes, that means it's 5 miles a second. And so it goes around the Earth about 16 times, or it goes around the Earth and sees about 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. So one orbit almost every 90 minutes. You're seeing a sunrise or a sunset every 45 minutes. It's pretty speedy.
Yeah, it sounds really fast, and it sounds like a lot of sunsets to catch. Got another question. Does the crew have a daily schedule?
The crew on the International Space Station does have a daily schedule, and it's really very timelined very well. It's actually marked down to the 5-minute increment. So they get up and they check what their timeline is for that day, and it tells them exactly how long they should be exercising, exactly how long they should be working on a specific experiment, and when they should have their meals, when it's time to go to sleep, when it's time that they can video conference their families. It's really all marked in there. So it's kind of nice to think about having your schedule already laid out for you, but I know that they stay extremely busy.
Yeah, it sounds like they don't even have to think about it, which is one good thing about being out there. But I'm sure that could be a really tough schedule to keep. Every 5 minutes, you already know exactly what you're going to be doing next. So that's probably pretty interesting for the crew for their 6-month journey.
Yeah, it's all about making the most out of their time on station because they're doing some really important science up there, and we want to make sure that they can accomplish as much as possible.
Right. Got another question. What time zone does the ISS follow since they go around the world 17 times in a 24-hour period? That's a really good question.
Yeah, they actually use GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time. So 2 of the major partners for the International Space Station are America, you've got NASA, and then you've got Roscosmos in Russia. And so they kind of picked a time zone that was in the middle of both of them. The International Space Station, they use GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. We just had, daylight savings time came to an end a couple weeks ago. They don't have daylight savings time, so little differences here and there, but that's it for the space station.
And we've got another question. Can they cook on the station?
The astronauts are very creative. After you've been there for a while, they figure out a way to make things happen sometimes. Most of their food is food that they rehydrate through that process we were talking about earlier. Each of their packages has a label on it. It tells them at what temperature the water needs to be set. They can kind of plug it in the little nozzle, mash it around, and then eat their meal. But sometimes they get creative, we'll see pizza night sometimes, so they use tortillas and make their own pizzas. So it seems pretty fun. When your food's floating, how is it not fun?
Right, exactly.
This one from Julian. What happens to stage 2 and where does it re-enter the atmosphere and when?
So stage 2, after it separates from Dragon, we do a deorbit burn and we deorbit the stage. That's pretty much what happens. It deorbits and it breaks up once it tries to enter back into the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, stage 2 isn't one of those reusable pieces. It's
Not
pretty
yet.
cool. Not yet, you're right. Who knows? But
Who knows?
For now, stage 2 burns up in the atmosphere.
Yep.
I'd say it's still pretty good. You're recovering first stage and Crew Dragon, and the next crew flight is both reused booster and vehicle, so it's pretty efficient.
Very, and super exciting. It'll be the first time that we reuse boosters and a Dragon together.
Dragon SpaceX, not time critical, but we do have some words on prop heaters.
Okay, go ahead. We're ready to copy.
Okay, we did see 3 line heaters are reading high resistance, so they are currently marked alarmed by the software. We do have a team looking into it to look at recovery options. The implication here is there's a flight rule that requires us to have at least 2 of 4 working. Currently, 3 of 4 on the same quad are disabled. Temperature margins are looking okay, but that is something we are investigating and discussing.
prop heaters. We need 2 of 4. We currently have only 1 of 4 on that string is what I copied. You said 3 were disabled, and you're working the troubleshooting.
That is correct. Yeah, this is not time critical, but just wanted to let you know that we are looking into that.
And Jay, can you just clarify? You said per the flight rule you need 2 of 4, and can you say what is that for? We need that for docking, for near field. What is that?
Yeah, Dragon, that is correct. These are prop line heaters on Quad 1, and the flight rule requires us to have 2 of 4, so we can maintain 1 fault tolerance for thermal control while docked.
Okay, copy. And we also copy not time critical. Thanks for the words.
So as you heard the Corps mention to the crew, they are tracking some prop heater issues, and we are going to continue to learn a little bit more about that and listen for further communications. But as they mentioned, it wasn't time critical to the crew, so they're investigating, and we will wait and find out what we learn as well and share it with you when we can.
In the meantime, we'll get some more questions answered. And if you are wanting to ask us any questions, use the hashtag AskNASA. And we've got one right here. Are there items astronauts aren't allowed to bring to the station? So, Leah, you mentioned earlier that they do have like about a shoebox size approved that they can bring. Is there anything specific that they can't bring with them?
I don't know the specifics of what they can't bring, but I do know everything gets safety screened before it goes to the space station. Makes sense. Specifically, they can't bring anything that might contaminate the station in any way. So those are the things that we're looking for whenever we go through and screen any of their items that they want to bring up.
That makes sense.
And just a reminder, these questions, if you have one, you can use the hashtag AskNASA. We are on Twitter and looking for those to share with you today. This one from Swiro: will Dragon dock autonomously?
Yes, it will. Dragon was designed to be an autonomous vehicle so that the crew on board really doesn't have to do much except for enjoy the ride. They will dock autonomously once they arrive at the International Space Station. They do have the ability to manually dock if necessary, but if all goes well, they will autonomously dock.
Yeah, and we saw that. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley got a little practice on DM2, testing out those systems that just in case they ever had to manually dock, they got to try it out on Crew Dragon, with those manual flight tests. How can they control the vehicle? And obviously everything turned out really well because now Crew Dragon is certified.
Dragon SpaceX for 4.080 cabin temperature control.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon. Go ahead for 4.080.
Yeah, we're discussing here, and you have a go to perform that at your discretion. A recommendation is to do 3 increments, and then wait 10 to 20 minutes to look at, the trends.
Okay, we copy that. And can you just confirm, we had talked to the flight doc about having that changed. Did you guys make any adjustments since he talked to you, or would we be making the first adjustments?
We have not made any adjustments, so you'll be making the first adjustments via 4.080.
And can you just confirm you said recommend 3 increments?
That's a good copy.
Okay, copy that. 3 increments at a time.
Sounds like the crew members are getting even comfier in their Crew Dragon, maybe fixing the internal temperature a little bit. This question is, what is the language they use on the space station? That's a good question because it is international, and so we have a lot of different languages up there sometimes, but the general rule is each segment. So if you're in the Roscosmos segment, you should probably use Russian. If you're in the U.S. segment, English is the preferred go-to. However, both Russian cosmonauts and American astronauts take the time to learn each other's languages, and so they can communicate to one another in their languages.
That makes sense. Next question is, how do they drink on the space station?
Well, since gravity is not really a thing, we don't really have cups, like you might on Earth. And so it looks kind of like a pouch, like a plastic pouch, and they fill that up if it's with water. Sometimes they have powdered drinks, so maybe it's an orange drink or a juice drink, and they can put water into there and it rehydrates. But essentially it's a pouch and it has a straw, and the straw even has a little clip on the end so that when you're not drinking it, water isn't floating out of the straw too. So they've thought of everything.
I'm very glad that they did, because I couldn't imagine trying to chase around their water or their juices on station.
It's pretty fun to watch them play with it, though. Sometimes making those bubbles of water, and it's pretty interesting. But
can you have a phone on the International Space Station is this question.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't think having your personal phone on the space station would really benefit you that much, because it probably wouldn't work. Meanwhile, we do have a phone on the International Space Station, and so the crew members can call their families, and then any communications from the ground, they hear through the station, and so they do have communications through a phone, but it's not the smartphone you're thinking of.
Right.
And this question from Danny, what type of exercises do the crew do daily while aboard the space station? Crew members have to exercise about 2 hours every day because they're living in microgravity. So keep in mind, things that we take for granted, like walking or even sitting up, those are using muscles that we don't necessarily feel that we're using. However, when you're in space, you're not using those muscles, and so you have to work out even more to keep them in shape, to stay healthy. It also helps bone density before they come back down. So some of them even come back stronger sometimes. But some of the exercises that they do, they have a treadmill. And of course, instead of like a normal treadmill like we have on Earth, they have to be strapped down, because if they started running, they would just float off. So they have straps that they can hook on and run on the treadmill. We've had somebody complete the Boston Marathon while in space. Pretty impressive. They also have a machine that they can use for multiple different exercises, anything from squats to crunches to curls. So they really get a good workout on all of their muscles and cardio as well. They also have a bike. So that's worth mentioning. They have a stationary bike that they can ride as well.
They basically have a full-on gym in space. That sounds incredible.
I think so too.
Their own personal gym that they only have to share with the few people on board. So we're going to take one last question here. Can astronauts use Twitter on the International Space Station?
Absolutely, they can. And I think 3 of our crew members have Twitter on this journey. And the astronauts have the option to use Twitter themselves, or they can write their messages and send them to a counterpart on the ground who can help them get out on the web. But yes, they actually can use Twitter on the International Space Station, and they share a lot of amazing pictures sometimes. So I fully encourage you. I believe it's Victor Glover, Mike Hawkins, and Soichi Noguchi all have Twitter accounts. Go follow them, and you will not regret it.
And keep those questions coming. Use the hashtag AskNASA if you want us to read your question and answer it on air. We're going to take a break right here, but we will be back and answering more of those questions.
Dragon SpaceX for prop line heaters.
Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I wanted to amend the last call I made to you regarding this. The impact here is not just when docked, it's throughout the mission, including free flight. The temperature of note that that these are controlling for are the manifold temperatures. And if you go to your prop systems page, you can look at the 4 nodes for the common manifolds. There's a temperature on each of those 4, and these heaters are intended to keep that manifold temperature above 60 F. And the lowest one's currently 75. Just want to make you aware.
Copy. Manifold temperatures, it's working to keep them above 60 F, and lowest is 75. Is that a good readback?
That's a good readback, and we do have a whole team looking at that right now, and we'll keep you posted as we learn more.
Sounds good. Thanks for the update.
That was the core.
Dragon SpaceX, not time critical, but when you're ready for us to come back on board, let us know.
And that was the core just previously speaking with the astronauts aboard.
Yeah, copy, Jay. We will do. We need about another 20 mics, 20 minutes.
Copy, no 0, 20.
And looks like we might be getting some internal views of Dragon coming up, but prior to that, we heard the core discussing that prop heater issue with the crew. Now, these prop heaters are in reference to what are inside, and they keep the fuel warm that the Draco thrusters will use. So while they said this was not time critical for the crew, we're still going to keep an eye on it and let you know as we learn more.
What you're seeing right now on your screen is a live view from Dragon Resilience right now, looking back at Earth. What an awesome view. This is just us being able to see it from the camera, but the crew is getting that live right now.
Yeah, and they launched at 7:27 p.m. Eastern, so it's been a couple of hours now that they've been in low Earth orbit. As we said earlier, it's a 27-hour journey this time for them to the International Space Station. And they are in between burns. There's not another burn scheduled until tomorrow morning, the boost burn. We had the successful phase burn earlier tonight, but the crew are out of their suits, perhaps have enjoyed their meal for the evening, and in a few hours they'll be getting into their sleep period. But for right now, I think they're probably just enjoying time together and in their new spacecraft, as the Corps encouraged them to do.
And they did mention a few minutes ago that they needed about 20 more minutes, so maybe under 20 minutes we might get a live view inside of the capsule. For now, we've got this exterior camera view on Dragon of Earth as it's coasting towards the International Space Station.
We're not going anywhere. We are continuing to listen into the loops or the nets for all the calls that Corps is making to the crew and anything that you should be aware of. We're just enjoying these views for right now, and we will be standing by.
What you're seeing on your screen is Mission Control Hawthorne, and we are doing a handover of the folks on console. As a reminder, this is a 27.5-hour coast to the International Space Station, so we will be working in shifts, and as you can see Mission Control Hawthorne on your screen, they are working on handover as we speak.
Yeah, and we're going to take a few more Ask NASA questions in the meantime. And this one, how often do the astronauts do spacewalks, and can they get Wi-Fi on the station? Good questions. The astronauts only do spacewalks as often as they have to. You know, a lot of them say it's one of their favorite things to do, or one of their favorite parts of their mission was going on a spacewalk. But it is still, you know, a dangerous task to go out into really a vacuum of space, and so we only do them whenever the space station needs upgrades or additions, and so that is, you know, there's not really necessarily a set schedule of how often they do spacewalks. And when it comes to Wi-Fi, they do have internet aboard the International Space Station. I'm not 100% sure of how the internet runs, but they do have internet.
They do have internet. As you mentioned earlier, they are able to get on Twitter.
Yes.
So we do know that. We've got another question. What kind of engines were used to make this rocket? Well, this was a Falcon 9 rocket with a Dragon on top of it. So Falcon 9 uses Merlin 1 or M1D engines for the first stage, and an MVAC or Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage. So those are the engines on the booster vehicle, and then Dragon uses Draco thrusters as their engines.
Oh, I love this question. Will astronauts drink coffee in ISS? They do get to drink coffee on the space station. We actually had an astronaut come back from the space station and then start designing a zero-G coffee cup so that you kind of get that first sip feeling in the morning rather than having to drink it out of a straw. But they do have coffee on the International Space Station. I don't think we could ask them to go to space and not give them coffee for 6 months.
Coffee is very important. Got another question. Can those aboard the International Space Station see the launch of Crew 1 Dragon from space?
You know, it was really cool. The International Space Station flew over Kennedy Space Center 37 seconds before liftoff tonight. And so I don't know if maybe someone was in the cupola trying to catch pictures. They were scheduled to be in their sleep period at that time. So they may have been up watching it. They may have been out the window looking for it. Maybe we'll find out if they were able to see it or if they just continued sleeping.
Right. The timing seems about right, and I believe they could get a decent view of the Cape or the launch pad during that time. So maybe we'll get an update later to see if anybody was able to catch it.
That'd be really cool. And this question, how do astronauts celebrate their birthdays aboard the ISS? You know, I think it's always very cool. It's actually, Kate Rubins launched to the space station on her birthday just a couple of months ago. So that's how she celebrated. But others, sometimes, you know, they'll have a small little get-together on the station, everybody enjoying a meal together for their birthday. They can also have, or family members can also send up cards or small gifts on some of the resupply missions, so they might be able to open up a birthday card from their family, little touches like that.
Well, it sounds like Kate got one of the coolest birthday candles.
Absolutely, and the largest.
What is the Crew Dragon team doing between now and docking tomorrow night? Well, right now they're coasting. They did get out of their suits, their space suits, so they're probably hanging out inside of Dragon, taking in the views. But do they have anything else planned specifically? I know that they have planned sleep, 8 hours of sleep, but is there anything else that they need to be doing on Dragon while they're making their way to the station?
I don't think so tonight. We mentioned they had their PMC, or their private medical conference. That's just a checkup essentially with a flight doctor here on the ground. All of our astronauts aboard the International Space Station have that opportunity as well. It's just a check-in to see how they're feeling after launch and on their journey. But as you mentioned, they're getting some sleep, and the Crew Dragon team here in Hawthorne is continuing to monitor the vehicle and then preparing for that next burn tomorrow morning. That's really the next big milestone for Dragon.
Yeah, and again, as we mentioned earlier, on Demo 2, they did have to do a bunch of tests and checking out the vehicle as they were making their way to the International Space Station. But today is not a test. They get to kind of coast along and enjoy the ride this time.
This question from Eric: how much spare time do astronauts get while on the space station? It varies. Their days are very busy. As we mentioned earlier, they are planned down to 5-minute increments. They're constantly working on hundreds of science experiments and maintenance aboard the space station to keep it flying. But they do typically tend to get weekends off. They might have to do a little bit of housekeeping on the weekends. You know, nobody gets off without any chores, even when you go to space.
Well, that leads me to a question of my own. What do they do on the weekends?
A lot, they love to look out the window. That's a popular pastime. They all get training while on the ground on how to use some of those massive cameras and lenses that are on the space station. So photography is a big hobby while they're there. They can talk with their family. They can also, sometimes watch movies or TV. We'll work to get them a sports game if it's on, and they're a big fan. And some of them will read. It's a lot of the same of passing time like we do here on Earth.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I do recall that Victor was given the advice to take more pictures. So as you mentioned, photography as a pastime. Hopefully we'll get some cool pictures from Victor and the rest of the crew during their time on board.
Absolutely. And then this question from Josh: are vegetables still growing in the International Space Station? I'm not sure about right this moment, but I can tell you there are some radish seeds awaiting the crew. When they get to the International Space Station, they'll try growing some radishes on the station. It's apparently very similar to Mizuna lettuce, which has proven to grow very well on the space station. We want to grow these vegetables that way crews can have food, fresh food especially, with them when they go on longer duration missions like to the moon and Mars. It'll keep us from having to pack as much on the way up there, and they can just grow it on the way instead.
Do they get to try some of these vegetables that they're growing on the station?
Yes, they do. They will make a salad. I saw a picture of NASA astronaut Jessica Meir one time. She had a bag and had put the lettuce in it and maybe a little dressing or something and mixed all of it, was eating a salad. And I know that they love getting to taste that because they don't get a lot of fresh food on orbit. It all has to be, thermostabilized. That way it can be reheated at any time.
We've got another question. How many beds, quote unquote, are on the International Space Station, and will somebody have to sleep in the Dragon?
Well, beds are kind of configurable on the space station since, there's no up and down in space. Essentially, it's all microgravity, but they do have crew quarters, so it's those private areas where they each get their own little space. Right now, there are 6 spaces in crew quarters. And so Mike Hawkins, commander of Crew Dragon, will be sleeping on Crew Dragon for at least a little while during his mission.
What is the temperature inside of the International Space Station? Oh, that's a good question.
That is a good question. I'm not 100% sure on that either. We'll have to find out and get back to you.
I wonder if the crew has to kind of fight for what temperature they like it inside of the station.
I just heard it's the crew preference, but they don't have a thermostat up there. So they have to call down to the ground and have one of the flight controllers change it for them.
Very interesting.
I would have to go behind my crew members' backs all the time and ask them to turn it up a little because it's too cold.
Right, so keep sending in your questions. Use the hashtag AskNASA if you want us to read your question and answer it on air. We are going to take a break right now, but we will be back to answer more of those questions.
is resilience.
Go ahead, resilience.
Hey, we just want to let you guys know that you are welcome back on board.
Copy, Dragon. We'll get that in work. And Dragon SpaceX, we are on board with you.
We've got
And we've got some live views from the International Space Station looking back at Earth.
You're watching live as the Crew 1 crew aboard Crew Dragon make their way to the International Space Station. That's the view you're getting right now. It's from the space station itself, looking down as it flies just southeast of Madagascar, 266 statute miles over Earth. Crew Dragon had an on-time launch tonight at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time. We are tracking a couple of issues with the prop heaters. Those are the heaters that keep the propellant warm for the Draco thrusters to use aboard Crew Dragon. We're waiting to gather more data on that. Meanwhile, the crew are out of their suits. They've probably enjoyed their dinner meal by now. We've also completed the phase burn. That was the first out of 5 major burns for Crew Dragon on the way to the space station. And the next burn is not until tomorrow morning. That'll be the boost burn. So in between that time, our crew is going to get the chance to get a little sleep. But right now, still cruising on the way to the space station. There you go, your live look inside Crew Dragon Resilience. And one of those seats is vacant right there. It looks like Commander Mike Hopkins is out of his seat. You can see Victor Glover and those 3 display screens where they're able to track the mission. You can also see those are not their spacesuits anymore. They've changed into some comfort garments, getting cozy for the ride. And that should also help them sleep a little bit better tonight once we get into their sleep period a few hours from now.
And as you can see live, they have now revealed to us the 0G indicator, and it looked like a little baby Yoda.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if we might hear a little bit more about that later, that choice, but did look like another crew member floating around with them.
Yeah. Pretty awesome live views inside of the cabin. Very cool to see them as they're actually coasting to the International Space Station.
Yeah, first 4-person capsule that has ever flown, and so that's another big first for the mission. We did just lose our views with the capsule, but just momentarily we are out of range of like ground stations. It's something that we see with the International Space Station as well as it moves in and out of TDRS, or tracking data and relay satellite systems signals. So we'll wait to regain that communication, that video, I should say, with the crew. Meanwhile, you've got a view of Mission Control Hawthorne on your right. It's just right beside us, actually, monitoring all the systems aboard Crew Dragon. And meanwhile, in Houston, we have Mission Control Houston monitoring all of the systems aboard the International Space Station, preparing for the arrival tomorrow.
What you're seeing on your screen is Mission Control Hawthorne here. And Leah and I are going to take a short break, but we'll be back. Continue to send in your questions on Twitter with the hashtag AskNASA, and maybe we'll be able to read some of them and answer them live. But we'll be right back after this break.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon for temperature.
Go ahead, Dragon.
I just got a quick question for you. We've gone through 9 increments on the baffle, incrementing it towards warmer, and the temperature hasn't really changed at all. It's still at 23.18 degrees C.
Copy, Dragon. You've incremented 9 times on that baffle, and temperature hasn't changed, holding at 20.18 C.
That was 23.18.
Copy, 23.18. Let me follow up with folks here and get back to you.
Okay, that was a good readback.
And you heard the CORE, the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer here in Hawthorne, speaking with the crew aboard Crew Dragon, now on their way to the International Space Station after lifting off at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. They were just discussing how to increase the temperature inside Crew Dragon itself, trying to get a little cozier. They are now out of their suits, in their comfortable clothes, and winding down for the evening before they shift into a sleep schedule in just a few hours. Meanwhile, this is a view from the International Space Station, and the International Space Station is flying 271 statute miles south of Australia. So they are in an orbital daytime at the moment. That's why it's bright outside, and this leads us to our first Ask NASA question.
Yeah, do they experience sunrise and sunset day and nights like we do?
And they kind of do, except they see a ton more than we do. Yeah. They see 16 sunrises and sunsets a day because they are orbiting Earth every 90 minutes. So every 45 minutes you're getting a sunrise or a sunset, and it's pretty beautiful from the photos that I've seen. But yes, they do see, 8 times more sunrises and sunsets than we see in a normal day. And this question, are astronauts in the Dragon allowed to open their suits while traveling toward the space station?
And as if you tuned in to the live view inside of the cabin, they are allowed to open their suits. Once they get into the coast phase, they are able to get out of their suits, get comfortable, get into some comfy clothes. It is a 27-hour ride to the International Space Station today, so it is very imperative that they are comfortable on this ride there. So they are out of their suits until they have to come back.
Yeah, they'll actually put them on tomorrow, just before the approach initiation phase, once we prepare for that docking.
Got another question. Is there any cargo in the trunk?
The trunk can hold unpressurized cargo, but I don't believe there is any unpressurized cargo in the trunk today. So the only cargo today are the Crew Dragon crew members themselves.
We've got another question. Which docking port will the SpaceX Crew Dragon will be using on arrival to the International Space Station? So I believe they are using Node 2, Port 2, which is one of the 2 international docking adapters that are on the International Space Station.
And it's the exact same one that Demo 2, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley docked to just this past May. It seems like yesterday and last year all simultaneously, but
time flies.
Yes, that it will be the same docking station as Demo 2 was earlier this year. And this question, what type of propellant is used with the Draco thrusters? This is called something called hypergol, and this is made up of 2 different types of propellant, monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. So these automatically combust whenever combined and provide the propellant that we're looking for in microgravity.
Right, they don't need an ignition source for this type of fuel, so it's just those 2. And yeah, that's all they need. Got another question. What does space food look like?
Space food sometimes, and actually a lot of the time, looks very similar to food on Earth. I've had the opportunity a few times to go into our space food testing lab and then also to see how crew members rehydrate food. And a lot of it is very similar. It's cooked and prepared on Earth just like you would at home. And then it is thermostabilized, it's dehydrated.
Dragon SpaceX for cabin temperature.
And go ahead for cabin temp.
And Dragon, we'd like to ask you to increment the temperature just a few more times, 3 more increments warmer, and wait about 10 minutes. At that time, if cabin temperature is still the same or cooler, then we can assess if we'd like to go into a warmer mixing mode.
Okay, we will do that. So that should give us most of the increments for the warming side, and I didn't realize we had another option. So we'll put that in work, and we'll let you know what happens.
Sounds good, Dragon.
Some words from the Corps to the crew, still working that internal temperature as they continue their mission to the space station. And this camera on the International Space Station, just zooming in a little bit. Here's a view of some of our vehicles currently at the International Space Station. One of those being the Cygnus resupply craft that we mentioned, down on the far right with those solar arrays that look like symbols. We've also got a Soyuz resupply or Soyuz craft that carried Kate Rubins, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Sergei Kutsverchkov to the International Space Station just last month. And just a reminder, we are tracking an issue with some prop heaters. These are heaters that keep the propellant warm for those Draco thrusters. We are still waiting for more information on those heaters and any next steps, so we're keeping you up to date as we get that information. But just a reminder, we still are standing by and tracking that.
We do have more questions. What % of the rocket can be reused? That's a really great question. We do reuse the first stage booster, so after flight, the first stage booster does come back to land. We also have reused our fairing halves as well as our cargo Dragon, and eventually we'll be reusing our crew Dragon as well. So I'm not sure the percentage of all the pieces and components of the rocket, but the first stage booster, fairings, and the Dragon vehicles can all be reused.
This question asking why the crew members of Crew 1 wear mirrors on their wrists. We see something similar when it comes to crew members out on a spacewalk. They also wear mirrors on their wrist, and that's because their controls are on the front panel of their suits, and so they can't look down in their helmets and read those controls. So they're written backwards so they can use the mirror to read what those controls are and make any changes. I'm not sure if there's a similar system on the Crew Dragon suits. I don't think there are any controls on the front panel. You know, that was a pretty sleek design. So I'm not sure exactly the purpose of that mirror, but it may be something similar. And just a reminder, we're taking these questions through the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter, so feel free to send those in, and we'll do our very best to answer them on air.
Got another question. How many astronauts are waiting for the crew on the International Space Station?
We currently have 1 astronaut and 2 cosmonauts aboard the International Space Station. NASA's Kate Rubins is on her 2nd flight to the International Space Station, and she is joined by Sergei Ryzhikov and Sergei Kutsverchkov, both of the Roscosmos Space Agency. And as I mentioned, they all just launched last month, and I know they are excited to more than double their crew by welcoming the Crew 1 astronauts on board.
And We are getting some live views. What you're seeing on your screen is live views from the International Space Station as they're waiting for our Crew 1 members to reach station and join on board. So we're going to continue to enjoy some of these views. Keep sending in your questions on Twitter using the hashtag AskNASA, and we will read them and hopefully answer them live. And we're going to take a quick break, so send in your questions and we'll come back and hopefully read some more questions for you.
And just before we go, another reminder, we are still tracking those prop heater issues. The propellant, or the heaters that heat the propellant for those Draco thrusters on Crew Dragon. Teams are looking at some steps to troubleshoot the heaters coming up soon, so they're trying to get them all back online, and we are standing by with to gather information and share it with you as soon as possible. So we're not going anywhere. Stick with us, and we're going to take a short break.
Dragon SpaceX for prop heaters.
Dragon, we're ready.
Dragon, for awareness, we're going to attempt to re-enable the heaters with higher acceptable limits to gather additional data. Prop temperatures are still looking good.
Okay, so you said you're going to attempt to re-enable them with higher temperature limits. Is that correct?
We're going to re-enable them with higher resistance limits to gather additional data. How copy?
Okay, we copy. You're going to re-enable them with higher resistance limits to collect data. And we won't really be able to see anything up here. Is that correct on our systems page?
And that's affirmative, Dragon.
Okay, we copy, and I guess currently I'm showing the lowest temp is 75, a little over 75 degrees on the
2 side of the oxidizer and 1 side on the fuel.
And we see the same, Dragon.
Okay, it seems like they've stayed pretty stable. Is that expected?
That is expected, Dragon, yes.
Okay, copy.
So you just heard from the core that they are still troubleshooting those prop issues. Those are the propellant heaters. They heat the fuel in the tanks aboard Dragon, the fuel that's used in those Draco thrusters. The tanks that are impacted are holding steadily at 75 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's a good sign. That's above our current margin, and so they're taking some steps to troubleshoot those heaters. They're trying to get them all back online. They're going to restart them with higher resistance levels. So waiting to learn more about how those tests go, but we are monitoring it every step of the way and continuing to learn and share as we can. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much. If you're just joining us, you are watching the Crew 1 mission to the International Space Station. Crew 1 launched at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time tonight from Kennedy Space Center in Florida and are now on their journey to the space station. They've completed one major burn. And the next will not be until tomorrow morning, but in the meantime, teams here on the ground are troubleshooting some prop heater issues. These heaters keep the propellant inside Crew Dragon warm. That's what's used by the Draco thrusters. So we're actually about to come in contact with a ground system. Crew Dragon will be able to share that telemetry and information with a ground system. So they're going to try and reboot these heaters and get some more data that we hope to be able to share with you as soon as possible. So once we come into contact with that ground station, we will be looking to learn more about this issue and share that update with you. So expect to hear some communications about that coming up in the next couple of minutes. And in the meantime, this is a view from the International Space Station on the right side of your screen. Taking a look, the space station is just about to fly to the east of Hawaii. So they've just entered an orbital nighttime, as we mentioned, every 45 minutes. Oh, and look at that. Inside the cabin, we have our 4 astronauts.
5, actually. We've got Baby Yoda on board trying to take a seat right now, I guess.
I know. I think that's Victor Glover's seat, so hope he doesn't mind.
Maybe Baby Yoda's trying to pilot the vehicle. But some pretty cool views. The crew members are hanging out, quite literally, as they coast to the International Space Station.
Yeah, and as you can see, they're not in their spacesuits anymore. They are in this coast phase, and so they are in their comfortable clothes.
And SpaceX from Dragon for cameras.
Go ahead, Dragon.
Yeah, if we could go external for about 15 minutes, that'd be appreciated.
Copy. External for the next 15 in work.
And we're just going to give them their requested privacy for the next little while. But yeah, great to get a peek inside of the crew members on their way to the International Space Station.
Such a cool view that we get to see while they are coasting. Like, just amazing what technology can do.
It really feels behind the scenes that we're getting to see those types of views while they're on their way to the station.
Right.
So as we mentioned, we're standing by to learn more about those prop heaters, troubleshooting some issues. The teams here on the ground are looking forward to Crew Dragon coming in contact with one of the ground stations that it will be able to share telemetry and information, and they will try to reboot those heaters, bring them back online, so to speak. And we will let you know how these tests go and relay information as soon as we have it.
Dragon SpaceX, cameras are external only.
Okay, and Dragon copies. We see that. Thank you very much. We'll be back to you in about 15 minutes. 15.
Copy. 15 minutes.
And the crew members just asking that their camera be taken to the external view for about 15 minutes. So we may get some of those internal views back in the cabin in a little bit, but teams on the ground do try to give them their privacy as much as possible. So they are still human. This is human spaceflight.
Yes, it is.
Thanks for joining us. Jesse and I are still here, and we are still covering the Crew Dragon mission to the International Space Station. Last we shared with you, we were troubleshooting some prop heater issues, and we are still monitoring those issues. The SpaceX team was troubleshooting those over the last ground pass when the ground station could receive telemetry from Crew Dragon. So we're standing by for information that we can share. Waiting on those updates on the issue. But in the meantime, we did get a little look inside the cabin at the crew. Appears they are in their comfy clothes and getting settled in for the night. It's not going to be quite a busy night for them tonight.
Right, they'll just be coasting until the next burn, which is tomorrow morning. So for now, they just get to hang out in the cabin and prepare for sleep in a few hours, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've already had one major burn tonight, the phase burn. That was about 9.5 minutes long, and now we're only, stay on the edge of your seats, 11.5 hours until the next burn. That's the boost burn. But we're waiting for that because we don't want to do those when the crew is asleep if we don't have to. We really want to make sure they get that rest. And so we'll be waiting until tomorrow morning until that boost burn. But in the meantime, Crew Dragon continues its journey to the International Space Station, and we continue our live coverage, bringing you every step of the mission.
Dragon, SpaceX for cabin temperature.
And go ahead, SpaceX, we're ready.
Dragon, it looks like cabin temperature is holding pretty steady, so we're going to configure into the warm mixing mode and reset the baffle to full cold, then give temperature commanding back to you.
Copy, going to the warm mixing mode. Standing by. Thanks.
Welcome back to the live coverage of our Crew 1 mission with our 4 crew members on board Dragon on their way to the International Space Station. We had an on-time liftoff earlier today at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time, and now the crew is just cruising. They're out of their suits, also out of their seats, and pretty comfortable inside of Dragon Resilience. And we are keeping an eye on an issue that we have been tracking. So far, they have been able to clear the alarm so that they can get more data on the prop line heaters. They re-enabled them, and they're going to continue to give us more information. We will share that live as we have it available with you all.
Yeah, and so this comes after the team here in SpaceX Hawthorne with their troubleshooting over the last ground pass, so we're still awaiting information on how that went. But the crew aboard the Crew Dragon, as we mentioned, are out of their suits. They are in their comfortable clothes, settling in for a long ride to the International Space Station. It was about, 4.5 hours ago now that they lifted off, and so it's been quite a journey already, and that means 23 hours left until docking tomorrow, maybe. So it's a journey, but we're here for every single minute of it. And you can we're also answering Ask NASA questions, so if you're online and you would like to ask a question and potentially we can answer it on TV, use the hashtag AskNASA and we'll do our very best to get that answered. But in the meantime, still tracking that prop heater issue, and we will let you know as soon as we have information that we can share.
Dragon SpaceX, we see the loopy warm set point out of bounds caution and are investigating.
Dragon. SpaceX from Dragon. Baby Yoda says you guys can come back on board.
Copy, we'll get that in work.
Hi everyone, and thanks for tuning in. We are covering the journey of Crew Dragon and Crew 1 to the International Space
Dragon
Station.
SpaceX, we're back on board. Great to see you.
And that core call to Dragon confirming they're back on board, that actually is welcoming them back on board. They've turned their video cameras on again inside the capsule, and so we may be able to get those views here shortly. Fingers crossed. In the meantime, we are still looking at a prop heater issue. The propellant heaters for the we're looking at the propellant heaters for the Crew Dragon spacecraft and what heats the propellant on the Crew Dragon used by the Draco thrusters. And so we're still standing by awaiting more information from those. We recently had a ground pass where the teams were able to gather more data about those heaters, and we're standing by for information that we can share with you. We also just heard a call about another thermal control system, or TCS, alert to the crew. We're standing by for more information on that as well. And there they are.
The crew on board, checking out their display panels. As you can see on your screen, they are coasting towards the International Space Station, and there's those 3 display panels. Getting a cool live view, getting to see what they are looking at.
It really does feel, if you close your eyes and imagine, it's like you're there too. But this is a view over the shoulder of our commander, Mike Hopkins, and pilot, Victor Glover, taking a look at some of the systems aboard Crew Dragon. Pretty neat to see them interacting with those touch screens. And I know that's a very novel thing. And also their suits, you know, their gloves are touchscreen compatible as well. They have to be. So pretty advanced, pretty neat feature aboard Crew Dragon.
Yeah.
And we are also standing by, as we mentioned, awaiting information about those prop heaters, as well as another potential thermal control system issue. So we'll relay that information to you as soon as possible. In the meantime, we are still just monitoring Crew Dragon's journey. Their next major milestone won't come until tomorrow morning when they have the boost burn. And so that's in about 11 hours from now, maybe a little more than that. And that comes after successfully completing the phase burn tonight, a burn that lasted a little over 9.5 minutes. But in the meantime, the crew is comfortable, and they are going to enjoy an evening meal and then eventually get some sleep. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us for our live coverage of the Crew 1 mission to the International Space Station aboard Crew Dragon, which launched tonight at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This is a view on the right-hand side of your screen from the International Space Station. It's actually a view of the Canadarm2, just one of our many international partners, and their piece aboard the International Space Station, currently flying 261 statute miles west of Africa. So this is the destination of our Crew 1 crew members, and as we have mentioned, they are currently coasting in Crew Dragon. They completed their first major burn tonight, the phase burn, and the next one isn't until tomorrow morning. That'll be the boost burn. In the meantime, we are also tracking some prop heater issues, the heaters that keep the propellant warm that fuel the Draco thrusters on Crew Dragon. We are tracking those, and we've also got some views of our crew.
Yeah. Live on board, we've got Victor in his seat, and the others look to be out of their seat. That's Mike that we can see there on the screen. And that is our commander for this mission.
Those three crew display panels are allowing the crew to keep updated on their mission and where they're at, and also just how the vehicle is performing. So they got out of their suits a little bit earlier today. Now that they're in this coast phase, they're in those comfortable clothes. And coming up next, they will have a sleep period a few hours from now. And that's another reason that we're waiting on that burn until tomorrow morning, because it can get a little bit noisy. And actually in training, it's very interesting to me. The SpaceX team was able to provide them with audio of what it sounds like during fueling, during launch, during the burns. And so none of it's really new to them per se, because they've heard it in training. But obviously we don't want to wake them up if we don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. And those are actually live sounds that they recorded inside of Crew Dragon. First, when we sent Demo 1 up, we recorded the sounds, and then when Demo 2 went up, we also recorded the sounds. So they actually get to hear the live sounds during training. So they are prepared for situations when they do have to hear the different noises on board. But again, as Leah mentioned, if we can help it, we'd like to let them sleep for that 8 hours peacefully.
I love what Soichi Noguchi said earlier, and we've made the point that this is his third vehicle, his third spacecraft to fly on, which is fascinating. And he joins only two other people, Wally Schirra and John Young, that have flown on 3 spacecraft. But I love in his profile video how he mentioned that the vehicle is alive on the other spacecraft he's flown on. And I recall hearing Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley say the exact same thing, that it sounded like an animal. And so I thought that was so cool. And that they were able to share with the Crew 1 crew, you know, immediately, or just in a couple of days after they got on orbit, they were able to speak with the Crew 1 crew and say, these are the things you can expect for launch.
Right, and I'm really excited to hear when they get on the International Space Station, to hear, you know, the crew members that flew on different vehicles, you know, what the difference is, how they experienced Crew Dragon versus the previous vehicles that they flew on.
And I'm also excited to hear, just in general, how Victor Glover is liking his first trip to the International Space Station, or on Crew Dragon, just being in space. So it's a mission of firsts for sure.
Yeah, he is the rookie on board. So definitely get a new perspective from his view. He doesn't have anything to compare it to, so that should also be some interesting feedback coming from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're just standing by. We're not going anywhere. We're actually going to be here for the duration of the mission, and we're standing by listening to comms, bringing information to you as soon as we can. And in the meantime, just enjoying these views of the International Space Station with you.
Dragon SpaceX, 2 items for TCS configuration.
Standby 1. And go ahead for TCS config.
Dragon, for the TCS Loop Bravo caution, this alert was due to configuring the warmer mixing mode. We were slightly too cold prior to that transition. We plan to clear the alarm status and bring both loops back to the nominal configuration.
Okay, we copy. It was a little too cold when you did the transition, and you'll be clearing the alerts and get back to the nominal stats.
Good words, Dragon. And secondly, we were able to recover the prop line heaters and are back to full fault tolerance.
That is excellent news. Good to hear. Back to full fault tolerance for the prop manifold heaters.
And good words.
So some great news to the crew just now from the core. Very exciting. 2 items about the thermal control system. Now, we recently had an alarm that was due to the warmer mixing mode. It was running slightly too cold during a transition, but they were able to bring both of those loops back to a nominal configuration. And also great news, those prop heaters that we've been watching have been recovered and brought back to full fault tolerance. So Crew Dragon continues its journey to the International Space Station, running smoothly, and we are still standing by, still covering this mission, but great news for now that those issues have been recovered and our crew continues its journey. Thanks for joining us, everyone, as we continue our live coverage of Crew 1's journey to the International Space Station aboard the Crew Dragon vehicle. Crew Dragon lifted off at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, and since then has completed its first major burn, the phase burn. In the meantime, we also had some thermal issues. We had some prop heater issues. Those were in relation to the heaters aboard the Crew Dragon, and they keep the propellant warm that the Crew Dragon Draco thrusters will use. That since has been recovered and been resolved. All of those prop line heaters are recovered, and we are back to full fault tolerance. So great news there. Additionally, we also had a TCS, or a thermal control system, alert about the cabin. There was a warmer mixing mode issue. It was slightly cold during transition. This was when we were working to reconfigure the temperature control in the cabin. That has also been resolved as well, so that's back to nominal configuration. And now this crew continues their 27-hour journey to the International Space Station. And once they get there, they are going to be very focused on working while in low Earth orbit on our orbiting laboratory. And over the last 20 years, crews aboard the space station have completed over 3,000 scientific and educational experiments, and Crew 1 is prepared to add to that growing number. So once they arrive at the space station, they'll spend the next 5.5 months working in our orbital laboratory. Having 7 crew members on board compared to the 3 living there now significantly expands the amount of research that can be conducted.
And not only will the crew be contributing to hundreds of experiments, they'll also be bringing some on Crew Dragon with them. Resupply hardware for the food physiology study is one of those experiments. This investigation documents the effects of dietary improvements on immune function and the gut microbiome, and how those improvements can help crews adjust to spaceflight. On Crew 1, Victor Glover will be the astronaut collecting biological samples to provide data on how his body was affected by dietary changes. These results will be analyzed by scientists back here on Earth.
And also launching aboard Crew Dragon is a student-designed experiment, very cool, called Genes in Space 7. 2 students at Troy High School in Michigan proposed a study of neural function aboard the station as part of the Genes in Space competition. This experiment aims to better understand how spaceflight affects brain function, enabling scientists to keep astronauts healthy as we set our sights on destinations like the Moon and, maybe one day, Mars.
Crew 1 is also going to become space farmers while aboard the station. Astronauts have been growing plants in space for years now, and this time they're focusing on radishes. The radish seeds launched aboard Northrop Grumman's 14th commercial resupply mission to the station just last month. When astronauts travel to the Moon and Mars, they're likely to grow edible plants to supplement food brought from Earth. Testing plant growth on the space station helps us learn more about how different gravity, atmosphere, and soil conditions affect plant growth.
Those are just a few of the hundreds of experiments to which the crew will contribute while aboard the station, but they benefit life on Earth as well. We'll take a look at some more science here shortly, but in the meantime, let's see who has questions online.
And it looks like our first question for now is, did I miss the zero-G indicator? Kids were hoping Tremor got a new friend. And yes, you did miss the appearance of our new zero-G indicator. It was Baby Yoda on board. It's our 5th crew member on Resilience today. So Tremor did get a new friend.
Yeah, and as we get more views inside the cabin, we'll have to keep an eye out and see if we might spot him again.
Yeah. Got another question. Is the Crew Dragon capsule fully automated?
And the answer is yes. So when we say the crew members are cruising on the way to the space station, we hope quite literally. They shouldn't have...
Dragon SpaceX for TCS configuration.
Hey, go ahead for TCS config.
And Dragon, we were able to successfully reconfigure the TCS loops and have cleared the corresponding caution.
Copy.
Thanks for the heads up.
So just some more information about those thermal control system issues we've been seeing. SpaceX mission operators and the engineering team worked through a Dragon propulsion line heater high resistance issue that initially caused 3 of 4 heaters in one quadrant to be powered down. It was determined to be caused by a very conservatively set limit, which was adjusted, and all of those 4 heaters are now powered back on. They're functioning nominally, and propellant temperatures never dipped below nominal expected temperature, and they were well above the certified safe limits. And the crew, as we saw earlier, they're safe, they're comfortable, they're preparing for sleep later tonight. And to get a look at what's going on in Mission Control Houston, let's catch up with our friend Shaniqua. How's it going over there?
Hi, Leah. Thanks for that. The crew is still asleep aboard the space station. They are not scheduled to wake up until a few hours, with Kate Rubins waking up early on Monday to shift her sleep schedule for Dragon's arrival. She's scheduled to wake up around 10 p.m. tonight here in Houston, 4 a.m. GMT on Monday, and we'll have a full work day and another sleep period before Dragon arrives on docking day. NASA's Kate Rubins will actually begin her day with some non-Dragon related sample collections, as the science never stops aboard the station. In fact, as we look to permanently increase the station's population by an extra crew member, the number of hours dedicated to science each week will go up significantly, giving us more time to conduct science benefiting life back on Earth, or making important strides on how we live and work in space, critical to our plans to go to the moon under the Artemis program. A lot of the work has been done on the space station before we got to this day to make sure we're launching Dragon and the new crew to fully functional orbital laboratory. Several hours before the crew boarded Dragon, the space station team did their own go-no-go poll. There are several key systems we have to ensure are functioning properly before NASA can give their go for launch. Looking good on the station side for Dragon's arrival. The team here in Mission Control Houston is still being led by Flight Director Anthony Varia, who led the team in preparations to be ready for launch today. Anthony and team will be back in Mission Control Houston tomorrow for docking. That'll do it for us here in Mission Control Houston. Back to you now in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Shaniqua, for that update. Sounds like everything's going good, and they are ready for the crew to arrive tomorrow. So far, so good.
I know they've got to be looking forward to it. Shaniqua made a great point, like we said earlier. Their arrival is going to allow us to do so much more science and research aboard the International Space Station. So I'm very excited about what all will come out of this mission.
Yeah, I mean, that is the point of this mission exactly, right? So keep sending in your questions. Use the hashtag AskNASA. We're going to take another break here, but keep sending in those questions and we'll come back and answer some more. If you're just now joining us, you're watching the live webcast for the NASA SpaceX Crew 1 mission. So far, we've had such an exciting day. Earlier today, we watched suit up as the astronauts got ready for boarding Dragon. Then we watched ingress. We had an on-time liftoff at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time. First stage came back and landed on just read the instructions. We had a good Dragon separation from the second stage, as well as a nose cone deploy.
Yeah, that was an absolutely amazing, just 15 minutes from launch to really separation about 12 minutes in. It was an amazing ride uphill. So immediately after Dragon spacecraft separated from Falcon 9, it began what we call the activation and rendezvous phase of the mission. During this phase, Dragon is configured for on-orbit operations. The phase begins after separation of Dragon from Falcon 9 and ends with the completion of the final co-elliptic burn. Our initial orbit today was 210 kilometers by 190 kilometers, with those values representing the apogee and perigee of the orbit, or the highest and lowest points over the Earth. And that means the orbit wasn't a perfect circle, but more like a very slight ellipse.
Dragon has already executed one of the 5 burns, which will gradually raise its orbit to align more closely with the station. That first major burn was the phase burn and was performed at the first apogee of the initial orbit and raised Dragon's perigee to a higher altitude.
The next burn, which is based on what our orbital data shows us, is the boost burn, which raises Dragon's orbit until its orbit reaches an altitude just 10 kilometers lower than the space station. And that next burn won't come until tomorrow morning, once the crew is starting to wake up for the day. So we have some time in between that phase burn and our boost burn coming up next. After the boost burn, we'll have the close co-elliptic burn to place Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station. This means the crew will be about 10 kilometers lower than the station during their entire orbit around the Earth. The fourth maneuver is the transfer burn, where we are raising Dragon's apogee, or the highest point of its orbit, to just 2.5 kilometers below station. And we round everything out with a final co-elliptic burn to once again maintain a constant orbit beneath station, this time just 2.5 kilometers below.
And after all of those burns, then we'll get into the approach initiation and final stages of Dragon's rendezvous with the space station. This is also when we start integrated operations between the Dragon control team here in Hawthorne and the space station flight controllers in Mission Control Houston. The teams will transition to integrated operations roughly 45 minutes prior to the approach initiation. During the approach, SpaceX flight controllers will work in tandem with the NASA team in Houston to activate and test out a number of systems on Dragon, including the bidirectional communications with the station using the C2V2 system, which stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, and sets up a data stream from Dragon to the station, giving another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground and giving an additional command capability to astronauts aboard the station. They'll also maneuver Dragon to the proper attitude and initialize the navigation sensors used for the methodical approach to station.
Tomorrow at approximately 6:30 p.m. Pacific, Draco thrusters on Dragon will fire for the approach initiation burn when Dragon is just about 2.5 kilometers below station and about 7 kilometers behind it. This will swing Dragon up until it is about 400 meters directly below the station. This maneuver will also move Dragon inside one of 2 safety zones around the station that requires a set of go, no-go poles with the different control teams. The first zone is called the approach ellipsoid, which is an imaginary shape measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, essentially a large 3-dimensional oval. Before Dragon is given permission to move inside this ellipsoid, referred to by teams as the AE, it is configured to be on what is known as a 24-hour safe trajectory. Now, this means that if Dragon lost all control to its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before its trajectory would move inside that approach ellipsoid.
Once Dragon arrives at 400 meters below station, it will be at what is known as Waypoint 0 and will be the first checkpoint during our approach. The vehicle can hold at 400 meters or continue on if all systems systems checkout to approach to waypoint 1. By this point, the teams will do a go-no-go poll for Dragon to move inside the keep-out sphere, another zone that consists of an imaginary sphere around station with a radius of 200 meters. It's another chance to confirm all of the guidance, navigation, and control systems are working correctly on Dragon before moving closer to the station, and carries a requirement similar to the AE that Dragon's orbital trajectory would not bring it inside that sphere if control was lost, but this time for 4 orbits, or about 6 hours instead of 24 hours.
Dragon's move from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1 will swing it up and out in front of the station, pausing at a distance of approximately 220 meters. At this point, it will be on what we call the docking axis, which essentially means it's directly in front of the docking port. The crew is headed to the forwardmost port on the International Space Station, the Node 2 forward port, and as we mentioned, this is where Dragon docked for both of our demonstration missions, DM1 and DM2, and where one of 2 international docking adapters is located. These were installed for new commercial spacecraft flights and any other future spacecraft that also use the International Docking Standard.
Once Dragon is only 20 meters away at waypoint 2, the spacecraft focuses on aligning its docking system with the docking adapter. Dragon will then fly in and make contact with the IDA, the International Docking Adapter, giving us what we call soft capture. The soft capture ring then retracts until sensors indicate it's time for hooks to drive in place to give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to the station. Then it's time for leak checks and hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come about 2 hours following docking.
So we still have a lot of action to come. Stay with us as we follow Dragon, carrying NASA's Crew 1 astronauts to the International Space Station. We've had several updates come up tonight as well. We were looking at some thermal control system issues earlier in the night. Crew Dragon it looked like there were some issues with the prop heaters. These are the heaters that keep the propellant warm, the propellant that's used on the Crew Dragon vehicle itself, and that propellant is used for the Draco thrusters. SpaceX mission operators and engineering teams worked through that propulsion line. It was a heater high resistance issue. It initially caused 3 of 4 heaters in one quadrant to be powered down. It was determined to be caused by a conservatively set limit, which was adjusted, and then all 4 heaters are now powered back on and are functioning nominally, so great news there. The propellant temperatures, however, never dip below nominal expected temperatures, and they were well above the certified limits. So the crew are safe, they're comfortable. As we saw earlier, they are in their comfortable clothes, out of their suits, and in a few hours they'll be getting ready for some much-deserved rest tonight. Hi, everyone, and thanks so much for joining us. We are still monitoring Crew 1's mission aboard Crew Dragon to the International Space Station after liftoff tonight at 7:27 p.m. Eastern Time. They have accomplished their first major burn, the phased burn, just shortly after launch. And the next burn is not until tomorrow morning. That'll be the boost burn. So in the meantime, they are getting some rest and making themselves comfortable. We also saw a couple of issues crop up with the thermal control systems, specifically the prop heaters. Those keep the propulsion or the propellant warm aboard the Crew Dragon that is used in those Draco thrusters. And since then, those have all been recovered thanks to some work here by the teams at SpaceX. And so Crew Dragon is in a good configuration, everything operating nominally as the astronauts continue on their journey to the International Space Station.
Yeah, so in the meantime, as they are coasting, we're going to take some more of your guys' questions. So we have, are there any EVAs already scheduled for the crew once they arrive at the International Space Station?
So an EVA stands for extravehicular activity. It's a spacewalk, and all of our crew members are trained for spacewalks. That's part of their basic training when they become an astronaut. And there may be some while they are on the International Space Station. Specifically, we have some work going on outside the Columbus module. One of those would be to install an antenna that will add some new communications capabilities for the existing Columbus on-orbit and ground communication systems. And another is the new science platform, Bartolomeo, attaches to the Columbus forward, the forward part of the Columbus module. And so that will be installed they will be routing cables for the Bartolomeo to Columbus. Fun fact, Bartolomeo was actually Columbus's younger brother. So I always thought that was cute. He's going to be attaching to Columbus out there on the International Space Station.
We've got another question here. Why it takes about 27 hours to reach the International Space Station this flight compared with about 8 hours yesterday?
Yeah, and it's funny because it doesn't necessarily take that full 27 hours to reach the station, but because it would take longer than the 8 hours yesterday, we needed to work in a sleep period for our crew members because they have had quite a long day. And so we want to make sure that they are fully aware and ready to step in if need be during their journey. And so we worked in that sleep period and extended the timeline a little bit, but it also comes down to phasing.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, we don't want to do any burns while the crew is sleeping, so we do have the burns planned for after this 8-hour sleep period as to not disturb them. Next question.
Take it away.
My 13-year-old sister is an aspiring astronaut and is wondering, how do the astronauts get chosen for a mission? It's a great question because I'd like to know the same thing. I believe you do have to apply, but how exactly do they get chosen?
Well, they do have to apply to become an astronaut, and they end up going through about 2 years of training, and it's just general training, but it covers a variety of topics. Anything from spacewalks, as we mentioned, to learning the Russian language, learning how to repair systems aboard the International Space Station, how to operate specific scientific equipment on the station. And so during that 2-year time, astronauts aren't available to be selected for a mission. But after they graduate from astronaut candidacy